we today? Are we excited to see Marathon? Are we excited to see Marathon? There's been some interesting stuff. I've been watching Dustin stream this pre-show. Very interesting choices. Apparently they had a robot that was rolling around. It's about knee height. And the Bungie team were leaning down and talking to the robot, and it just kept getting crotch shots the entire time for 2 hours. So that's funny. There are going to be alpha key giveaways during the whatchamacallit, during the live stream. I think on Twitch, on some of the users that are on there's going to be some. I'm not exactly sure how these giveaways are working. But if you're interested in getting a alpha key, it might be worth heading over to Twitch, see if there's somebody who is streaming that you might want to try to get in and get a key. Maybe. But we have a minute and a half. Let me see if I can switch our audio over to... Oh. Let me see if I can switch our audio over so we can make sure that we've got the right thing here. Tell me you guys are good. Hi, Lotus. How you doing? Here we go. We got audio. We're good?
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome back to Bungie HQ here in beautiful Washington, where we're coming to you live with the opportunity to share a little bit of Marathon gameplay with you for the very first time. My name's Andy. I work on the social media team here, and we've got an awesome show lined up for you with a little surprise at the end that you're going to want to stick around to. So make sure to go ahead and not tune out early. But no need to worry. You're not going to have to sit here and listen to me. I'm joined by some of my teammates here at Bungie to walk us through some of what we're going to be seeing today. So no time like the present. Let's get into the show. First things first, this gentleman here to my right, to your left, is Marathon's game director, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Super excited to finally show something about our game, you know? We've been a little bit silent for a while, but we're hoping you'll have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, we'll have another video in addition to one of just you in your office hanging out.
Exactly, yeah. I won't be talking for like 20 minutes straight this time, I promise, yeah.
So for anyone out there that may not know you or what you do here, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
I work with a lot of amazing people, some of the people on this stage, a lot of people who are sort of in the audience here today. My goal is ultimately to take sort of all the ideas that we have, bring them together into a singular experience and help to deliver that experience as a single thread. So just love that.
Thank you very much for being here today, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As we go on down the line, we're also joined by a man who's been instrumental in bringing the worlds of both games and film to life, our franchise art director, Mr. Joe Cross. Joe, how's it going? Joe, hello. For anyone, obviously you've got some fans here, but for anyone out there in the audience at home that may not know you or doesn't get a chance to work with you, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so I'm Joe Cross. I'm franchise art director of Marathon. And my job is to sort of set the tone and the vision, the visual style of this, reimagine this IP and this amazing game.
Cyberware stuff.
And then, make sure that our world-class art team is set up for success. Paving the way a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for everything. Yeah. We're going to have a lot to dig into today, so thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
As we go right on down the line, we have, without a doubt, the most important Andrew on this stage here today, our gameplay director, Mr. Andrew Witz. How's it going, Witz? Witz, for anyone out there that may be just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew Witz. I'm the gameplay director. What basically means is I had to work with a bunch of awesome people to set up what the sandbox, the survival sandbox of Marathon is going to be. So that's runners, weapons and equipment, and the combatants, the UESC. They're going to be hunting players on Tau Ceti. So yeah, what up to the gameplay team? Thank you all for all your
I'm
work.
trying to keep them.
And of course, last but exceptionally not least, someone who you've probably seen in Bungie Vidocs in the past, and someone who's been able to help guide design here at Bungie since Halo 3. The one, the only Mr. Senior Design Lead here, rather the one, the only Mr. Lars Bakken.
Lars, excellent name. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lars, we're back.
You could say Marathon's back.
You could. I'll leave that to you,
Did
though.
anybody
Well, for
play the
anyone
original
out there in the
game
audience who
in
may
the
not
way
get
back?
that reference and is just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself and what you do here?
No,
Yeah,
is-
my name is Lars Bakken. I'm a
guess you're
senior
not
design
excited,
lead
huh?
on the Run team.
Bakken.
Shout out to Run team, everyone that's out there right now. A lot of fans out there. So the Run team is
Hey,
consisting
King
of,
Styles.
we make the
How you
maps,
doing?
so the zones that you're going into. We make the activities, so we take some of the cool stuff that Andrew's team, we remix it, we add the UESC in, we make them real difficult on purpose. And then we also have the contracts team, which are the factions, the corporations that players are sort of
I was just
doing
getting
deals
ready
with
to get in the
because they're
shower and I
mercenaries,
went,
so,
oh
and that
crap,
gets a little bit
Marathon
down
is
into sort
like
of the
the same
missions and
time as my
everything. And
stream.
so
We
that's,
better do
that's
that.
the stuff
So I was
I
like, chow, 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 wash, wash, wash.
hopefully make everyone proud with.
Well, we'll get into that here very shortly, but no, thank you all for starters all for being here. Before we get started as well, a quick reminder, do yourself a favor, make sure you've got your Bungie and your Twitch account linked to make sure you don't miss out on the Twitch drop that's going on right now. And if you also go ahead and subscribe to any channel in the Marathon directory, you can get a special little cat badge next to your name to go ahead and show everyone that you were here today. So go out there, find a streamer you haven't found before, and make sure and drop a sub out there and share the love. And also, if you have dropped your sub here on Marathon the Game, worry not, that money all goes to the Bungie Foundation, so thank you for helping us help them do some good out there. And now we have a big show again lined up. We've got some gameplay on the way coming up very shortly. We had a chance to go ahead and work with some creators and press very recently, and we're going to show you what they thought of the game. And of course, again, I'll repeat myself, but we've got something really great for you at the end of the show, so make sure and stick around.
Yeah, I
but
know.
Again,
I'm not
the purpose of
necessarily
today is to show off
excited
some gameplay.
for it. I
Absolutely.
think this is a big deal for them.
Yeah,
in a
so
lot of
before we
ways.
get started, obviously there's a lot to talk about today. We have a little bit of a taste to show you about what our game is about, just to kick us off, so we can put some images to what we've been talking about here. So let's take a look.
Here we go.
The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now. Run.
I like the music, but I'm a sucker for music. Music.
Everyone, first things first, you saw that correctly. Marathon will be releasing just later this year on September 23rd, so you'll be able to ship out to Tau Ceti very shortly. And in addition to that, coming just later this month on April
It is
23rd, we're going to be
supposed to be
running a
AAA,
closed
yes.
alpha test that you can be a part of. Now, as a quick heads up, this is going to be focused on North America, 18 plus only. So there's going to be a big chance to play up front, but don't worry, there's going to be other opportunities to play later. So to make sure you're caught up with all the details and you're ready to go, do yourself a favor, head over to our Discord at discord.gg/marathonthegame. And of course, if you're here in Twitch chat with us today, then you've already done yourself a big favor. Members of our community and moderation teams are going to be going out and looking for folks to drop codes to as well to make sure that you can get priority access when the alpha kicks off. So go ahead and keep an eye out on your inbox. There's no exclamation point drops or anything you need to do, though I'm sure folks will do it anyway. But worry not, you've gone ahead and done yourself a favor by being here today. But let's get into it. What did we just see?
A lot of death, is first what we all saw.
There's a whole lot of nothing.
But honestly, you saw a first glimpse of some of what's going on in Marathon, our extraction shooter that we're creating over here. And
there might be physical. It's definitely
got a
not
little
single
bit of
player. It's a
everything. It's got
multiplayer
some
only game.
Runners in there. It's
As
got
far
some
as
weapons in there.
I'm aware.
It's got some crazy stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, a little taste of the weapons in there. You saw some alternate weapon actions. The flip scope is in there, so weapons are going to do more than just shoot, obviously. It's a Bungie game. We got to really push things. Yeah, a lot of runner abilities are in there as well. The UESC, obviously a little taste of the UESC and what they're capable of.
I was trying to
yeah,
join
a
the
lot of
Discord.
And some fun world interactions too. Like there's that sequence where the shutters go down and then everything goes wrong for the team that's in that room. But that's, yeah, it's pretty cool to see those things.
Yeah, everything goes wrong with the Andy Salisbury story. Mr. Ziegler, so why are we making Marathon? Why is Bungie going into the extraction shooter space?
I mean, extraction shooters are something that are a passion of all of ours. Like, we really like the idea of bringing this experience that we've all enjoyed, which is this kind of intense survival-based experience where you are frequently unsure of what's going to happen next, but you're on that adventurous ride of it. It's like, we talk about it sort of like it's a horror story that's kind of unfolding before you, and testing yourself to see if you can survive it. And we really wanted to take that and sort of, I don't know, bring a lot more people into it. When you love something, you really kind of want to just, attract others to it, and so you can have a bigger party with it. And so,
That was
yeah,
such
we've been
a
doing a lot of
small
work.
snippet that
to make
I'm
happen.
kind of.
Yeah. No, it shows. And, Lars, obviously, Bungie's got a long history of shooters,
little
but this is
confused
a
about
new
it, I
type
guess.
altogether for us to dive into. From your side, what's it been
We know
like
what
designing for all
extraction
of this?
shooters are.
It's been fantastic. So when I started at Bungie, it was
But-
on the multiplayer team. And I
don't know
am
what
a
you're doing
competitive
in this
person
one.
in my nature. I really enjoy PvP.
Right. That's
and
my
so
question.
having to take that in the
Yeah, I'm trying to join the
marathon
Discord. I can't
game
find it.
And think about every single angle of every design, knowing
Where the heck
that
is the
there will be
Discord?
other
Why is there
human
no link
beings
on their
in,
webpage? I don't
around,
want to
and
buy
on
your
the other
shirt.
side of it has just been
just wanna
fascinating
get to the
and really
Discord.
exhilarating for
There's
myself
literally no
personally, and I
link.
also know for the team.
On their webpage.
Really exciting to see. And obviously, you mentioned we saw a lot. We saw some runners. Mr. Witz, can you do me a favor and help introduce these 4 runners that are going to be available when the closed alpha test begins?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have 6 runners at launch, but we're focusing on the core 4 here for they're going to be in the alpha. So going left to right, we have Locust. Locust is our soldier kind of fantasy, our soldier kit, all about push forward gameplay, right? The first one in, trying to get as many picks as possible, right? Against either the UESC or other players. Next we have Blackbird. It's very reconnaissance-based kit. All about
there it
figuring
is.
out where players
Okay,
and
that
enemies
worked.
are in general
Yes.
and punishing poor positioning. Glitch is like our
Thank you,
agile
Farkle.
disruptor kind of kit, all about pushing forward, disrupting enemy teams and what they're doing, and getting out and kind of having that kind of cycle. Void is our stealth boy, our sneaky boy, all about throwing down smokes, going a
Stealth
full
boy,
active
sneaky
camo
boy.
cloak into the
Dang it,
darkness, getting
stop
some
doing that.
reses, and then taking some people by surprise. So yeah, this is our core 4 right now for
Very
Alpha.
exciting. A lot of different playstyle to choose from out of the gate. And even furthermore, Joe Cross,
Void.
also, if anyone's not following Joe Cross on Twitter,
Void
do
is
yourself a favor
cool.
and do so. But
It's
you've
like
been
that shadow.
sharing some art with these runners pretty recently
Makes sense,
out
since
there
it's a
on Twitter with
stealth
everyone. Before the show, we were talking a little bit, and I've heard this come up a lot, but you guys have been working off of this concept of graphic realism. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what that means for the design here?
Yeah,
Graphic realism?
it's one of our ingredients that we've sort of conjured up to help us define the visual world. For these runners, the first thing we wanted to make sure was their visual fantasy reflected the gameplay fantasy well. And then we sort of have our unique recipe of influences and inspirations for the reimagining of this world. And one of those sort of constraints we've created is this idea of graphic realism, where we kind of reduce the amount of geometry. We limit our materials. We use a lot of graphic design and color. And we sort of use it as a tool to onboard artists who are working on the project. And then it doesn't hurt to have a world-class concept team cranking this stuff out. And that's sort of the origin of a lot of these designs.
Yeah. And obviously the world of Marathon has so much legacy to
Interesting.
it as well. As a kid,
I've tried to join this thing like
myself,
3 times.
But like, what's it been like stepping into this world?
It says
amazing.
one other server is
for-
unavailable
and
due to a
our
temporary
geeks
outage.
out there.
So,
the
I
sort
don't
of
know. Their Discord must be
the
busted.
Father of the Marathon
you get
visual
in,
world
Frank?
in a lot of ways is this guy Craig Mullins, who you see art represented on the left. Started out as a fan, then got incorporated into the IP officially by Bungie, and so his legacy looms super large. And we've always tried to, pay attention, pay homage, make sure we were doing justice. And you can see here in the center, this is kind of a proto runner.
That's good. That means a lot of people are interested.
To make sure that our sort of approach to graphic realism and style lined up and sort of represented that. And then on the right here, sort of an evolution into one of our actual runners here, Blackbird, with a similar fantasy and composition. So I think it's working out well.
The big
I
question
think
people
we're
keep asking
doing
is
something
it
new,
free to play?
But also sort of looking
That's what
back.
I keep seeing.
It's like a 3-panel study on how to hold the spine, right? Is what you're looking at.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah.
Is it a spine?
I don't know. It could be.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, that said, if anyone out there in Twitch chat as well has any questions, go ahead and drop them in. We're going to try and answer as many as we can. We're going to be showing, again, a lot of stuff today. So if you've got anything that comes to mind, please feel free to throw it in there. Folks on the community team are going to be keeping an eye out. But we've obviously got a chance to go ahead and dive a little deeper. We've done some telling. Let's go ahead and do some more showing by taking a bit of a deeper dive into some more Marathon gameplay.
Let's do it.
Okay. That's good. Give me more. Oh, well, welcome back, Bobby. Sometimes the YouTube app has been a little goofy on the phone lately. All right, what do we got here? I like that skin. Snipers. Recoil. Escape will make me God.
Marathon is a team-based
that.
extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat.
Cloaking.
Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats.
So
To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically
like that
build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead. Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault.
Extraction.
Death
Yup.
is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic
Destiny is entirely
team
third
fights.
person, right?
Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to take all the glory for yourself.
So you
as a
can play
solo runner.
single player, but
No
you're
two
up
runs
against
in
teams of
Marathon
3.
ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective.
What is the time?
Looking to unlock upgrades
It's usually
or
like
increase your
18 minutes
faction
or something like
reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered.
This
Want
is
to push
Marathon
enemy
King
teams
style.
and steal their loot?
This is the
Bring in Glitch
the reveal
with
trailer,
agility implant and your strongest weapons
not trailer,
to
but
disrupt
the
rival
whole
crews.
stream.
Running support for your friends. Grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized
Live
backpack
right now.
to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked
Hey,
play,
Game Seeker.
discovering secrets,
Oh,
seasonal
you got a
storytelling,
key.
community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your
man.
friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to get it.
Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
That's a great question. Redeem codes. Maybe that's it. Let's see. This is a very long code.
All right. It's a decent amount of gameplay. All right. Let's get into breaking this
too
down.
long.
So, I
That's
think
interesting.
for starters,
I'm on
again,
Bungie's
as we touched
website.
on before the break, Bungie has such a rich history
And
with
it
Marathon.
doesn't work
Joe
there.
Cross, from your standpoint, facilitating this gameplay with your art style.
too many
Again, what was it like kind of
characters.
approaching this from your perspective? What were you looking to do?
Build on the legacy. The narrative of Marathon is incredibly rich and like inspirational, easy sort of inspiration for art. I also love just sort of having the keys to this car from this era, working on a game from this era. I love older games. I love the way the games look from the PS1, PS2 era. So there was a lot for us.
I don't see
and, like I said, paying homage to
Interesting.
some of the great sort of iconic artists of
Don't
the
see
time.
anything on their
Yeah. And
Marathon
also, we had
website
some
about
keen-eared
it.
folks in chat. I think it's Joey
What do you think
Wolfinder
about
asked
it?
if this is Ben Starr. Yep, Ben Starr was the narrator of that piece.
Use your
Excellent
sword.
here.
Great voice, right?
Yeah, super
Voice.
cool, yeah.
Wonderful voice.
He's almost an Andrew Witz,
Wrong
but he does his best. But,
I will
all
play
right, I'm
Doom
gonna
right after
put you on
this.
the spot
It's just
with
the
a tough one,
timing
Mr. Joe
was
Ziegler.
accidentally
Who's your favorite
perfect.
runner?
Ooh, controversial question. I play a variety of them, but I will say probably the one I end up playing the most is Blackbird, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Any Blackbird mains out there? I like playing Blackbird because it's a great crew runner. Like, it's in terms of being able to provide a lot of information, provide a lot of support. It's also a great runner that's kind of helps to counter a lot of strategies that can occur, especially ambush strategies that happen. Also to catch Void out of position if Void's trying to hide.
I don't know.
So yeah, there's
Destiny
a lot of,
had story, Destiny had raids.
versatility to how you can play it.
Very fun. Mr. Witz, I think you and I share the same
I
main.
wasn't a
I gotta
fan
ask
of
as
this
well,
art
who's your
style to
go-to
begin
runner?
with.
Oh,
But
I,
it's growing
I
on
split
me.
my time between Locust. I'm a very push-forward kind of player, as Joe reminds me all the time.
Still a
'Cause
little.
I'm pushing too much,
You
too
don't
often.
even have a W key. It just goes.
I just love to go fast forward. That's right.
Anime,
And so, like, yeah, that push forward
something
gameplay that Locust
than
has,
I would
right?
normally
Being, like,
love.
the first to try and get a pick, seeing somebody out of
That's
position,
funny.
of that
Of
pick.
course.
Also,
It's
I like
so
to play
silly.
Glitch a
I
lot
was
too.
watching
Again,
him before I
really
started.
love that disruption playstyle. I love just finding an enemy crew trying to exfil, trying to extract, and then like taking like the arm cannon and just knocking them out of like the zone, and now they're trapped with me and hopefully my teammates. Joe.
I'm scanning.
If they're smart,
I'm looking for enemies. It's good, yeah.
it'll be free.
To that same end, actually, as you guys kind of discuss the runners, Destas in chat asks,
fuck you,
what's the
let me
pacing
try that
targets
right
to the
now.
gameplay? Are there any movement or traversal mechanics?
There are a lot of movement and traversal mechanics inside of the game, but it
Error,
varies.
this
Your
module is
effectiveness
blocked from
varies
loading into
per runner.
local security.
Yeah, like everything in we're making like a survival sandbox, which means everything kind of has
I'm
to have
seeing
a
a
cost,
whole
right?
bunch
And
of
so,
different websites
like,
that say
going-
it's a
if you want
virus.
to go
or-
fast, like if you want to go fast, Locust has like
I'm not sure that's
super
what they
sprint,
meant
so
to
to
do.
speak, like the leg jets that kind of come
It
on and
reminds
help
me of
you
Apex
sprint even
Legends
faster.
more than
That,
anything,
causes
except
heat.
that that's
So
a
basically
battle
it's almost like a
royale,
stamina system, but we call it
and
heat
this
'cause we're these
is
awesome mercenary
an
cyborgs,
extraction
right? Where
shooter.
like the body
But it's
overheats.
kind of
and
the
so,
same thing. Teams
this
of
character has
three.
like some mobility, but you overheat quite a bit. So that's kind of
Yeah,
the
I
cost
agree.
that's
They're probably
there.
aiming to
and
40,
so that's
but
what pushes us into like finding implants.
there's
that
too many
maybe, like,
free-to-play
expand,
games
like,
now
how
that
much,
have
your heat
large
meter,
audiences
and also
that I
give you
think
more,
that charging
agility
for
so
this
you can
game would
go
be a mistake.
Even faster, right? So yeah, there's a lot of cost in the game in terms of when we place a mobility thing in there.
Yeah,
we really
it
wanna
is
make sure
cross-platform,
it's like,
everywhere,
how does this
and
affect the pace,
cross-play.
and how does this affect the overall survival sandbox?
And to be fair, we're still looking at the alpha builds. We got to balance a lot of stuff because some stuff is kind of
Perfect.
sketchy. Yeah.
No, it's no, we have a lot to learn. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, and actually, while we're talking about kind of those finer details, which I'd love to still kind of bug you a little bit, in marathon build crafting is a big deal. What does that mean in the world that you guys are building?
Yeah, and so like the runners are essentially like a base, right? And so each runner has, they have a bunch of implants that you can kind of find that do kind of wild things, and like as they go up in rarity, right? There's a lot of stats, so you can increase your resistance to certain things. So like Tox is one, so you can essentially be poisoned, right, as our Tox, and so you can
just
build
think
resistances to
with-
that. You can
to me,
increase
it
your
just
agility.
really
There's
reminds me of
shields,
Apex.
obviously, to make you a bit more durable.
Except
we have
that
cores.
the
Cores
gameplay
are really
loop
cool.
is
They basically give
get
you
your
like
stuff and
extra
extract,
passives.
like the Dark Zone
And at the
in
base,
the Division
at
2.
the base rarity, like they have these
Or
kind
the
of,
Division
passives
1
that you can
as
play
well.
around. At the
So
highest
it's
rarity,
like
they are
that, but
specific to
with
the
an
runner
Apex
that you have, the runner you're
style
playing. And what they do
movement,
is they really augment
gameplay,
your abilities
etc.
wildly, right? So you can, you're doing one thing and then you get like a chord specifically for glitch,
I think
and
if
now
they
you're
had
like,
a
oh, my double
full
jump is a
campaign
triple
and
jump?
story
Like,
mode,
that's how much
then
you
they
wanna
could
kinda push
charge for it.
So that gear really matters, and so
Because
builds,
that's what the Dark
are
Zone
the
was,
comp-
right? It was a
are, like,
multiplayer
completely the
supplement
implants,
to
the cores, weapons, weapon
a full
attachments.
campaign.
Weapons have like a pretty
But
cool progression too. We have
given
gold
that
mods,
it's-
which are kind of like the highest end of the attachment pool.
It's gonna
They're
have to
essentially
be a
like
very, very good
exotics
tight
in our
shooter that
game, right?
tickles
What is the
everybody's
exotic
pickle.
version of
Yeah,
this
I agree,
Magnum
Bobby.
that can do some wild stuff?
Even
Yeah, like,
free,
really, it's the entire
that's still
package
true.
together is what the build crafting experience is in Marathon.
That's super exciting. And actually, to that same end, we got a question in chat as
Oh,
I don't
well
know.
from, I think,
They might try to
Firex's
charge
page. Pronounce
40
it.
like
How many
Helldivers did,
players are
but-
going to be in each map?
18, they
varies per
said,
map.
right?
Yeah, it varies per map.
Got it.
The footage that people have seen a lot of, Dire Marsh, we support up to 18 players.
Excellent. Okay, all right, so going to be room for a lot of play styles. To that same end, I know we talked a little bit about Void earlier as well. Lars, can you walk us through maybe just your play style when you're approaching any of these runs?
Sure, yeah.
Let's go ahead and sell out the best
I have to
strategy.
give away my secrets. So Void is really fun for me because it leans into this part of my personality that is like very devious.
It's almost like
so,
Bungie's trying their hand.
if you go on a run with me, I'll be like, hey, any claymores you
Duty,
see,
where
let me
they did
know.
Black Ops
And I'm
3 or
putting those
6,
in my
made online,
backpack,
and
and
then
I'm
yeah.
doing crazy things like, okay, so Void has a prime ability that sends
Oh,
out, I think you
let's
saw it in
see.
the video, it sends like a wall of smoke that
Fuck
sort of like
you,
your home
sent a
base when you do
link.
that. It's a portable. Because when you go in that, you become invisible. You get automatic active camo. So I'll do things like set that up to make people believe I'm doing one thing and then do another. So a lot of subversive things. I'll go in there and I'll claymore the inside, right? Someone comes in after me, they're gonna have a very bad time. But I also do things like I'll go to a place in the zone where there's high tier loot, and I'll claymore it up, and then close all the doors and leave, and be like, I wonder if anyone's gonna show up. And then sure enough, maybe 5 minutes
Seems like
later,
it
I
all
see the
leads
shield
back to
crack in the HUD, and I'm
Discord.
like, yes, I can go back and see what's going on.
What do you guys think? Do you
so,
guys
yeah,
have you ever
that's how I like
played
to play.
Apex
Yeah, how about
Legends?
you? How about
Do
you,
you
Joe
like
Cross?
Apex Legends?
What's your go-to?
And have you played an
if you know
extraction
me,
shooter before?
I'd rather
'Cause
look
those are
good
two different
and
things.
lose. So I generally pick the runner with the coolest helmet, and in this lineup, I think that's clearly Blackbird. As far as my play style, I'm
don't-
typically just
in
a
that
decoy.
link, I don't-
So,
It's like, Joe, go over there.
yeah,
Go over
exactly. I am
Look
the
really
worst.
great. over
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Just stand in the open for a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah. So that's the end of my run story.
Fair. Well, we want to thank you all for your collective sacrifice. We appreciate it. So actually, to that same end, obviously we do a lot of play testing here internally.
Wait,
Witz, I
what?
know you mentioned you've got a folder of some of your best plays, but what are some of your most memorable runs so far?
Some of my memorable runs are really when I think I'm going to be doing one thing, right? Like, okay, I'm going to do a
don't
contract.
see-
I'm going to be going here. I got to go into this room.
I don't see
gotta
the
interact with
exact
this device.
thread
And I
about
think it's
that
like I'm
code.
safe. Like I'm kind of doing like a routine thing. I can get in and get out if I'm like smart about it and really kind
I
of
just see
listen for
people
what's going on. Like there's no
talking about
UESC
it.
around. There's no players around. And oftentimes there's another player. Like the best moments is there's another crew that are going for the exact same thing. And there's this moment of like
is
you're
it the
about
one
to
with
turn
the
the key to
screenshot
get
that
into a
says if
locked
you meet
room, and
these
then the other team
requirements,
is
sign
right
into
there, and you're like,
Bungie.net and
oh,
fill out
crap.
the Marathon
and then
closed
you're
app.
like, this is all out war in like a
Closed alpha
hallway
test
that
sign-up
seems to
survey?
be like a
Is it
regular
that
hallway,
one?
but now it's just like
I wish
it
they
just
had
gets
put the
crazy.
actual
And
link
so I
in
think
here
those are the
because that is
peaks that
way too
happen
long to
where
type.
There's these
can't
tense moments
type
where you're trying to
that.
do something that lead to these
Especially not
very
on
quick
stream.
crescendos where these mercenaries kind of going crazy and like all these players are jumping.
You make it sound like you're playing so
Apex
carefully,
is-
but you're not.
Listen, the tactics are happening fast.
Different games for different
This is
people, right?
processing power.
I like
Yeah.
The
Warzone
math is
better.
going. Like it's happening.
It's improvisational, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like, runs can obviously entail a lot, but we also have a
They
question
claim
from
that
from
they
Sharky
will
218.
show how to
Is
get to
loot
the
gonna be
Discord so you
just
can join
weapons,
the closed
or is there gonna be
beta
more
or
for
the
people to
closed
go
app.
after while they're out there in Tau City?
Okay.
There's a ton of them.
There's a ton of
them.
them,
Yeah, there's implants, there's cores, there's
See, this is
equipment.
this is
there's
this is the
Grenades.
silliness.
Yeah.
Talk about grenades.
Like,
Yeah, there's
if
there's
you're really
grenades.
excited about this game,
We have a bunch of different types of grenades in the game as well that you can
then
loot in the
you're kind of
world.
interested
We
in
have
doing all of
valuables,
this
we
stuff,
have
right? All of these
backpacks,
things to
yeah,
get to here,
attachments,
to get to there.
weapons, materials.
But if you're like a
keys,
lot of us who
There's
just
a
don't know
bunch
what's
of
going
stuff
on
too
with this
that-
game,
that
and you're
we're
like,
just- yeah, we
okay,
call
what is
valuables,
that?
But like, there's times when you're running low
All
on
of these
money and you're like,
games
I just need to
about
do a valuables run
how
right
to
now,
get
and I need
to-
pick up these things and get my money, into my
How to
space
actually
bank,
get
so.
to
Space Bank, yeah.
the
Yeah,
location.
that actually
they're
is a
just-
good segue
it's
from,
like,
and I'm not
it's
making this name up,
too
Ballin' Hobo
cumbersome
asks,
for the average
what do I do with the
person
loot when
who's
I
like,
extract?
what even
Like,
is
why
this?
does it matter in the long
Right?
run?
Yeah, there's
Oh.
a variety of reasons. So a lot of it was related to
It's
sort of our
like-
factions and contract system. But if you want to talk a little bit about that, Lars.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got this
I know.
entire system.
They're talking too
we
much,
call
in
factions.
all honesty.
You're doing
Right,
contracts.
okay,
They're
I
like
agree with you.
missions, and you are being greeted originally
You're being
by
natural.
AI representative
Pyro.
because you are a mercenary. You
Oh,
don't really
Pyro's
have
on
allegiance
Twitter.
to anyone. They are going to pay you to do these jobs, and so they'll give you these missions to do. And as you're doing these missions, like Andrew said, sometimes you'll run into danger. But the cool thing about, I think, a lot of the faction and the contract system is like you could complete the, download
Yeah,
the
so- here.
agricultural survey
Type
from
alpha
this
in the
one
general
area on
chat,
one of the
then
zones.
paste.
And you're doing the thing, and you've sort of done it. So even if
okay.
you
And
die,
Twitch,
you've still made
I'm
progress
assuming?
there, which I think is a really cool aspect of that feature.
Good,
But then there's
now I
also
have
this
another
other
link to
meta
go
layer
find.
where as
Where
you're
the
working
frick
with
is
the
the
different
Twitch?
factions, they allow you to
Son of a
upgrade
gun.
yourself
All right,
over time,
here we
and
go.
so you can increase your heat meter,
Got
you
it.
can increase your loot
All
speed,
right, now I'm
things
in the
like that.
Twitch.
Some
I
yeah,
type
I
in
was gonna
this
say, you're trying to get as much loot as
forward
possible
alpha
to
thing.
meet the
Okay, I got
challenge
it.
of the world, right? Like essentially,
Thank you,
different
Clarky.
missions get harder over time, right? Which
Yeah.
means you want to
Verified
have
only
more loot on you, so
chat.
you can survive longer.
I'm not a
so
verified
just
account?
in general,
What?
be able to do fight all the
you
different
kidding me?
hostile entities in the world. Like get through there's a POI on a zone that's heavily fortified by UESC and all of the different units that are there, the snipers, the assault
understand.
units.
How are
like,
you
you want
verified
to
or
be
not
able
verified
to
on
not only
Twitch?
withstand that
This is too
and
much.
players.
See,
So there's a
this
lot
is
of
the
reasons
kind
why
of
you
crap
And honestly,
that
like a
people
lot of the
just
loot
don't wanna
translates into
deal
things
with.
like upgrades.
They're like,
you know,
look,
how
I just
you,
wanna try
you
your
listen to
game,
factions,
like,
but there's also
it's not-
a
it's not
in-game
that
store
serious.
called the black market, where you can use a lot of your currency and things like that to actually re-equip yourself if you go on a bad run, or to upgrade yourself if you need anything from that space. So
Oh, you're supposed to put
there's
that
a
in
lot
the
of
general
reasons to
chat
get a
in
lot of
their-
good loot out.
in
I
their
don't think I'm ever
Discord. Not in there.
short of reasons to get loot out. Yeah.
Not in their Twitch.
That just says something else
Got
about
it.
me, though. I'm just a loot goblin. So
Got
sometimes
it.
extraction shooters
Thank
also
you.
can be seen as kind of hardcore and maybe
Yeah,
tough to get into.
it's got a
What
big
are some of the things
fat
that you guys are
red
doing to make them easier
bork
to dive
symbol
into?
on it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple
Discord
things
does.
that we could talk about. One is we are obviously investing besides doing a little bit more onboarding in the front end so players can understand a little bit about what the nature of the game mode is. We're also doing a lot to make combat something that's a little bit more approachable, but also just equally as deep and have pretty wide things. But I think Andrew can
I would
talk about it,
imagine
yeah.
if you
Yeah,
have
we want to make
PlayStation
like
Plus.
this is like a
it's
Bungie shooter, right?
probably-
We want to make sure it's approachable.
probably
We like
gonna be
nail
part of
those
that.
fantasies. Every
I'd
button
agree.
press feels awesome, right? And so really trying to bring that kind of like morph the Bungie action game into like in the survival space where again everything kind of costs something, right? Getting shot, like you're not going to have like a limb system where like your limb's broken or anything, but you will like guns do stopping power, right? Which they can knock you out of sprint, they can slow you down, right? Status effects are still in the game, and so if you are hit with a chem grenade, right, you're gonna be toxed. You can be immobilized, right, which really slows you down. You can be overheated. There's all these things, and that pushes you into using consumables and making sure you have an answer for these things that happen. So we're trying to make sure that you keep the depth of the survival game, but the approachability of the action game, right? And so that's how we're trying to marry that together. In addition to that, if you have some bad runs, right, like, and you don't have a lot of, you see your loot kind of going down, we have the sponsored
Thank you, Game
gifts, like
Seeker.
I kind of talked
Trying.
about earlier, where it's a package of gameplay items like weapons or equipment or maybe a shield or something or consumables. That's kind of like the floor for what we think you can be really like you can be capable in the environment and actually like fight other
dope,
players that
okay.
actually are kitted out.
So it
you're never
drops-
feeling like the goal is that you can always clutch. Even if you find
Apparently,
somebody who's
Dustin
completed
just
kitted out
put
in like
in
really high end
Twitter.
because that's your payday, right? That's like the beauty of the moment of like,
The
oh my god, check
game
this
drops
player,
September
and, oh, they have the
23rd,
best shield.
2025.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Never hurts. I mean, obviously, going to be a lot of good pointers for folks at home taking notes for when they get a chance to get into the alpha. But we'd be remiss if we also didn't mention how a big part of what we do here at Bungie is working alongside our community. Which is
But
why we've also had the
what
chance
is
since
the
about
price?
2022
If
to work
it's
with hundreds
$0.99,
of different
if
creators
it's
in our community as well
$3.99,
to go ahead and get some of their
then
feedback.
I'll
So to
play
those
it.
of you out there that have joined us, thank you very much for your time and your opinions. They mean a lot. But no need to listen to me talk about it. We actually just last week had a bunch of folks in here to go ahead and play test the very same alpha build that some of you will have a chance to join in on as well. So I vote I go ahead and let you tell them about it in their own words.
Right now, it's 687
Just gotta feel
votes.
the blood
It's
pumping.
53%. And
Got him. Down them all again and 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 again.
This is a new world. This is a different take on an extraction shooter.
No! Let me get out! It's game changing. It is literally game changing.
This is such an exciting time for us.
Maybe it
you
might
are
be the
first
first
group outside of
PlayStation game.
Bungie to play test our alpha build.
it's not the first game to go to Game Pass. So I think wasn't MLB on Game Pass? I'm pretty sure it was.
Look daddy up. Let's go.
Dr. Lupo.
Okay.
I don't know this guy.
Whatever you two are. Yes, sir. Oh, we are bringing some money in this time.
Quick read.
Oh,
Hidden
you looking around?
Xperia.
See
Yeah, I'm
who's,
gonna see who we're gonna read with.
Alrighty. Bio research is right next to us. You want to do the intercepts?
Yeah.
You just want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, we can do that.
You want to get going?
Yep, Medro.
That should be
I
a
have
good
not
one.
seen Lupo in a while. I don't know about that goatee.
I didn't actually. I'm up in there.
Oh, okay. There's
Oh, yeah.
so for the gang,
Lupo's
there is
fast.
fall damage, and it is severe if you
There
drop.
is. I got a mod
a lip.
earlier that like drastically reduces it though. So there are ways to reduce it.
I may have just exploded my kneecaps.
If you dash right before you hit the ground,
I mean,
Take
Lupo's
save
got
damage.
break the
around
fall,
2
yeah.
million subs, I think.
Happens to the best of us.
He streams
am I right?
all the time, too. So.
Yeah, more AI inside the little shrubbery.
So I'm not surprised he's there.
A hostile unit is calling for reinforcements.
alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Excuse me, it's alright.
You're good, you're good.
Arc Raiders looks more fun. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, still heading the field.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
I like the aesthetic of Arc Raiders though. It's very like neon.
Oh, I got AI over here like crazy.
Oh my god, he just shut up.
It's like
Are we killing them or ignoring
to
them?
me
AI
the
with a sniper
the
above is looking at me.
the scene, the world is so hazy.
I need
And a
some,
lot of the colors are the
ammo.
same. It's
Guys
kind of
follow
hard
me.
to like tell where they're going, like
There's
what's
36
there.
underneath.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, here I think. Player.
Like everything is a little too samey.
Dead one. I hit one, broke the shield, but I'm 1, 2.
The shield's cool.
Down. That's all of them.
Get him. Yep.
Now we're gonna do. Actually, you want to do the HPD? Over here. Red looks like zero.
Either way, I'm getting shredded right now, so I gotta
Let's
be.
clear the AI outside first. They're just gonna beam us if we don't get rid of them.
We gotta. Yep.
What the? What?
That's a purple one.
That revive took a while. Okay. Is that a shield or a health stem?
Wait, the one that's at fire like 5 knees. Oh,
The Grenadiers, yeah. They're
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
great. What do you have on your little guy?
oh, one of the guys you killed had just been weapons on him. Poor guy.
It looks like a game that can actually run
mechanics
on
kit.
Switch 2. Yeah,
That's
it
what
probably.
we need, right? We're just
Yeah,
getting just mechanical
kit,
status effects.
I'm using it.
I think the Switch 2 is going to be a little more capable
Yeah,
than
I'm
we all
inside
think it
with them.
is.
When you have the mechanics kit, it doesn't take anything.
So they have to be in the circle to complete the usually extraction
I'm
shooters.
unlocking the box.
Yeah, when you deposit, you have to
Yeah,
defend
drop
it
in,
for a certain
take
amount
one,
of time. Or to wait for your own extraction.
They've got long shots in 2. Oh, yeah,
See, you
that's
can't
gotta be-
even
that's gotta be- it's gotta
see
be.
what's going on over
I've
there.
got one shield. There's a loot up there who's absolute.
Might just be
oh
a
my god, I
feed,
almost that.
but
Just realized.
Where are they?
They're on the balcony, like south 200.
I got one knocked. I got one knocked.
Nice.
Oh!
That's
Annihilated,
down,
dude.
I'm
Oh
down
my
as
god.
well.
On me. I'm out of ammo.
Yeah, I would say the
Oh
self-res
yeah,
you can.
there's a sniper.
Oh,
There's a sniper.
no! It's a Brian! Kill him, he's a fiend, dude.
I'm coming to you, Ben.
Yeah, I see him, I see him, I see him.
Don't
They're circling around.
underestimate this guy.
Oh my god, that's it. You killed 2, I think it's 1v1. Ben, you knocked 1, I knocked another.
Good stuff. I literally only have a sniper.
A unit is signaling for reinforcements.
Oh, heavy rounds.
The knock I had was way over here. I don't see anybody over there yet.
He's been quiet for an awful long time.
See, this
I
is
like
more
his cover
productive to watch. Yeah, it's foggy.
him.
Right there,
Yeah.
he's right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Tell me if they rest.
So you get self revives. There's also
Okay.
team revives,
Yeah, he's
obviously.
he's holding the angle.
But
at a
Oh,
there are
distance.
selves.
Sniped a sniper.
Yeah, right on me. This player. I mean,
There's a
weak up
ping
there.
system.
I'm underneath.
Are they where we got down? Nice.
I don't know what. Oh, he's stealth
Knock
right
one.
now. Oh, he's
Got
like
one
invisible.
left.
Okay.
I hear shots on the right side, like east of him.
No, if they're close.
I got no tags. Oh.
I thought they were trying to extract.
You got eyes? Yeah, A1.
Yeah,
Is that him up there? Is that him up there? Is he upstairs inside?
Yes, sorry, he was. Yeah, hit him.
Or is that USAC?
No,
That's a
you
USAC
said
guy right there.
They were shooting something in there.
Did he throw a grenade on him? A sticky bomb?
I think they kind of built a ringer group, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
They built a God Squad, you could say. I feel like we might be the God Squad.
That was good. That was a good run.
Hello, DeMarc. We're watching the marathon live stream
We got knifed some AI and grabbed some guns.
event.
We can go to field maintenance.
I'm not sure. I have mixed feelings.
Yeah, loot container.
My feelings,
Around here?
Yeah,
I
it's right
think,
here.
will be very different depending on how much it costs. Or doesn't cost.
Where did I just hear that thought?
Honestly, I don't love extraction shooters.
I knifed one.
Wait, you started. Well, it's an extraction shooter, so if you lose your stuff and you die and you don't extract with it, then you lose your gear. So maybe that was just like their first run when they had no gear to begin with. You know, it's kind of like if you ever played DMZ on Warzone.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Like you have insured items.
Yeah.
Okay,
Something's
noise.
sucking me.
Stop sucking it. It's a purple shoe.
Everybody's watching that movie.
UESC reinforcement signal detected.
I found a purple enemy. I heavy knifed it 4 times and had
Man,
to
look
dump
how
a full
long it's
mag into
taking
it.
to get this guy up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! I don't want the
Yeah, dang.
conquest. LMG. I should take it, but I don't want it.
But here, take
Oh,
this.
long
Take
shot.
this.
I'm saved. What's the question marks again? That are on the map?
Oh, I think those are the players, right?
Huh? Like
Like
this?
the cash players?
Yeah, I don't know.
Players. One is broken.
Okay, we'll check it.
Purple shield, like, knocked one.
I knocked one.
Looks like a perfectly fine another FPS. Yeah.
Found him.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Glitch is moving.
Behind, yeah, glitches behind you at the moment. White shield.
Oh, she's scared. She's scared.
Down.
Very good.
Mark you.
Very nice. I called the purple.
Dustin was talking about this thing too.
Yeah, I want the frickin' purple. Here's a green
You're
on
supposed to
Purple
upload
shield.
this
Who has
to some
that?
other
Me?
thing in Discord. I don't know. They're
The big items, the big drops,
They're
the
playing
stuff that's
games like
really
this
high
and they don't-
value. They're like,
Oh.
I have to get this out.
This might
I'm in the
Lucas
Discord
avoid
now.
or glitch. If I've got a better aim, I'm gonna win. There's no other extraction shooter like that where I can have that kind of gameplay.
When people find out about some of the secrets
General
and stuff, they are
chat.
going
General
to lose
chat.
their mind.
general chat.
Playing so
Okay.
far has just been refreshing,
How do I get that-
I'd like
that
to say.
Thing that
Everything
you
felt
got.
really locked in.
This being sort of the next full Bungie experience is an exciting moment.
The game is inherently fun. I just want to play more.
All right, so obviously, having those creators in was a whole lot of fun. Getting to work with both creators and players alike has been a privilege. It's been a great time getting to set that up. And of course, I promise I'm not saying this just because I work on the social media team here, but if you head over to our YouTube channel, we have a full 20-minute version of that. So youtube.com @MarathonTheGame is where to find us. Also, same with all of our other socials, as long as I'm at it. But Lars, obviously, again, like we talked about before that video, we're familiar with working with our community really closely, but have we ever done it this early or at this scale before?
This alpha
So I've been at Bungie for a while now, since the Halo 3 days, and I think the thing, even since my time, we've been really good about is working with players, working with the community. It's something we take pride in. And on this game in particular, yeah, we brought people in, players in, much earlier into the process than I think we ever have before, and it's given us really good insight. You know, we tell them when they show up, be brutally honest, because that's how we learn, that's how we understand what needs to change, what needs to get better, and I think it's been really great.
That's been a ton of fun. I mean, even again, like these folks were all here last week. You guys were in there with them. Some of you playing as well. What was it like?
Oh, it was super exciting. Yeah, I mean, like when you have a lot of there was a combination of players who we've been engaging with for a long time, and some players who were brand new, and it was great to see sort of like the mix of the both, especially when you got to some higher level skilled players who just joined in and immediately got it and started destroying everybody, like Tens, and
almost done.
Lupo was in there, and but yeah. Yeah, you had some pretty awesome moments, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing to jump in, and I'm going to throw Nick under the bus for a moment here. Like, apparently he was on the team with Brian and Jeff Keighley, and they were not having success. Y'all were like destroying them, the creators. And, yeah, it's probably your team that was destroying them. So I was brought in as like a hired gun to help get Jeff through, and
thank you.
I did my job.
Now what?
Mission accomplished, Lars. Yeah.
Something that he's used to, obviously. Which also, though, you were saying you were observing a little bit as well, maybe not playing quite as much. What was it like, you know, from your perspective, getting to see all these folks jump in and play the game for the first time? Some of them.
I mean, it was awesome. It's awesome, like playing the game for so long, right, and seeing other people play the game.
Seeker.
It's just a great feeling, right, for like the whole team. You get to see things that you designed for happen, and in real life, right? You see people who are like being hunted by other players that take refuge by like we're a heavily fortified area, and watching the UESC equalize a little bit. Moments like that was great. There was another fight that was like it looked so fun, but also hilarious, but also like really like. It was like a great time, but also really tense. There was two crews that were fighting.
Okay. I was just going to tell you.
Dire Marshmallow,
last night I got my shipping email.
They were fighting in the tunnels,
so
and the fight was
it's on its
like
way.
One by ones, like 3 and 3, like constantly moving towards each other and fighting in the hallway. The person in the front dropping meds for people in the back and changing positions, and that fight went into like little vents as well. So it was like this it was this hilarious chase that was
I'm
like
surprised
it was super tense because you didn't know exactly whether you were going to get third party, and they were just the volume in the room kept on going up from those two crews because they were just like, when are they going to get flanked? There's another vent right there that could pop up from there. They were shooting vents just like out of just pure paranoia. It was awesome to watch.
It's a good balance to strike, obviously, yeah.
So
and you, again, we were mentioning you got to play. Were there any other creators you got to dive in with?
Yeah, I was on a team with Valkyrie and Katamina, and we had a lot of fun. There was like a couple moments where we bunkered down underneath a greenhouse in the tunnels underneath. Tunnels are dangerous, and they were fun. But we basically created like a little claymore nest down there, and so we were baiting them down into it. And yeah, it was pretty successful. I'm telling you, the claymore strats are good. Yeah. Don't sleep on claymores. They're
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Lars is like, I know.
Yeah.
So, even in addition to these creators, the legacy of Marathon's community goes so long goes so far rather. As someone who's played a lot of ALF1 in the past as well myself, back on my Titanium G4 PowerBook so long ago, bringing in the ALF1 team was really, really exciting. You guys got a chance to work with them as well, isn't that right?
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to sort of connect to the heritage of Marathon, right? Like to keep that alive as we're sort of building this new world.
Very, very nice. I'm thinking about redoing my room
with the
changing things around because I would like to put up more of my stuff.
Marathon Classic 2, I think, is on Steam as well. Yeah. But yeah, both of those, it's like sort of connecting the threads, if that makes sense, Sort of remembering the past as we're sort of building this new, re-envisioning in a lot of ways of what
What's
Marathon
interesting
Yeah.
is that they're
Actually, kind of on this
tying
topic
your
as well about the
ability to
dangers
play
of the
the
world. We do have a
closed
question from
alpha
Twitch chat.
to an
Are there
account that
dangerous
has
PvE
Destiny
encounters? Obviously, you've
2
mentioned that the UESC is out there, pardon me, and you
playtime.
should underestimate them at your own peril. But can you tell us a little bit more about maybe
Strange.
some of those emergent threats that await players?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the UESC security units that are out there. There's a bunch of different types that do different things, so watch out for them. We also have ticks, which are these wonderful, surprising, explodey fauna. Yeah, they run at you. They run at you, explode on you, and they have you have to shoot the nests actually to get rid of them essentially. Otherwise, they'll keep coming. And there's a bunch of hazards and stuff that are like gonna be on the map as well. Like we have a bunch of like tox rooms, all kinds of surprises that await players. And the alpha is a few, but
what's the scariest UESC unit to you?
The scariest unit? The Ghost Commander for me, for sure. The Ghost Commander, their ability is like they go into active camo and they actually have clone. They have a bunch of like clones that go out there, so you think you're not sure which one to shoot.
Of somebody
and then by the time you recognize which one
the final
is
boss
actually the real one, right? It's like
Nightmare.
it may be over for you, but that's one. The sniper
they were
also
doing
the
things
sniper
that
as well.
I wouldn't have done.
We really want to have these prolonged sniper fights.
So it's
really
probably
great,
good for me to
against the
watch
UESC,
that just to get an idea of.
Manage to really push them, and they notice you're pushing, they'll punish
other
you for that
things to
too.
do.
So, like, yeah, definitely be careful of these
So
units.
maybe I'll try
careful.
that. Can't hurt to try, right?
And the recruits, honestly, the
hurt to try.
recruits, they have this rush down that they do. If you're not too careful in knowing where they're going to be flanking you and rushing you down from, like, yeah, we're purposely making them these formidable foes that you can't get treasure out of the world easily, and they're guarding it, and they're doing a pretty damn good job.
And you can't ignore them either. Once they're on your set, you kind of gotta figure out a way.
Yes. Exactly.
Also, too, we've got another question from, I believe, Shepsky. Can a team be composed of any number of runner types, like 3 Blackbirds, for example?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no restriction on how you assemble your crew. You can all play the same. You can create a meme comp if you want. Or you can diversify a little bit, you know, and sort of try to use each other's utilities. But we've seen them all. It's been really cool to see kind of the different combinations we've seen.
I'm kind of ready.
You
to
may
move
never
on.
know, like those three.
It's been an hour.
Like,
we gave them an
players that are
hour.
playing Blackbird, they may have
54
very different
minutes to
builds
be
of
exact.
what they're gearing towards in Blackbird, right? Like they may be some of them, like one of them may actually have implants that
We'll see if I get
allow
into
them
the
to
closed
go
alpha.
in
I'm not
active
sure.
camo. That's not
I
a
have played
specific
Destiny
thing
2,
for
but
a
it's
runner, so
been
we're purposely trying to make it
years.
so that you can diversify.
So I'm not sure if my account is going to be part of this.
in the playtest from last week, but yeah.
Let's go. So, you know, again, obviously, it's been so much fun to hear you guys even talking about this game and the experiences you've had. You've been building a world that's really ripe for players to tell their own stories in. You know, again, with the closed alpha on the way on April 23rd, as players finally get a chance, some of them to jump in, what are some of the stories you're most excited for them to get to dive in and maybe tell themselves?
So many. I mean, there's so many different stories that I think are gonna that we're looking forward to seeing happen, especially ones that we've never even seen before. But getting onto the planet, like honestly, just trying to survive amongst all of the different threats that exist there.
Yeah, I agree.
Dying, you know,
straight up filler.
When our trailer says death,
like
it's death. Yeah.
this
There's
is
a lot
not
of death
like
in the game. The learning from it, the challenging yourself, the getting back up and trying to do something
an hour
new.
minimum, I would assume, would be a safe.
I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
I'm curious, Mr. Cross.
But
What do you expect?
I mean, I'm you know, had the fortune to launch Destiny and now Marathon. It's always amazing to put something out into the world that you've been working on, you know, sort of in a bubble for 6 years or something like that. And
hit the pause button. We're gonna take it here for just a second so I can get everything set up.
And
nope, don't stop it. No sir and doodly. Sorry, can't see. Got some stuff in front of me, so I have to look around it. Okay. So let me close that window. Let me close this window. Let me close this other window. Chuck. Let me get into that Doom life, right? Oh, Game Seeker, I bought this game on Steam this week called Cinnabunny. And I'm very excited to try it. Is the game this big? Like, I see people excited, but it's just because I think it's just because it's Bungie. Man, I don't know. People have been waiting to see what this thing is because it's been under production for a while, and it didn't perform well in some play tests a couple years ago. Seems like maybe they've done a lot to rectify that, hopefully. Hopefully. We shall see. But let's do that. Just bring the game audio up just a little bit. And they were just about the end of the show. Oh, okay, good. Because we didn't really miss anything. September, if you are interested, I mean, I am interested in playing it. I'm not sure I want to buy it, but I am interested in playing it. And I hope it does well, because I think Bungie has a lot riding on this. And, you know, we don't want any studio to just kaputs, right? Ooh, I got 3 more subs. Thank you. So you'll probably be beating Biscuit. Biscuit's got quite a few. So on my way. I think monetization starts at 500. I don't know. There's some arguments back and forth. And to be fair, I haven't looked. I've just been worried about, you know, making content and having fun and hanging out with you guys and playing Doom bosses for 2 hours at a time. That's been my focus. So we'll see. DeMarco, are you still in the chat? If you are, if it's free or in a sub. Yeah, exactly, FarQ. And I think that's how that game really should, in my opinion, it should really launch free, because the marketplace is so flooded with so many free games that it really, like, if it needs a fighting chance, then it should go through that. If this was like a second edition, yeah, if it's free, it'll be microtransactions or season battle passes or whatever the case. That's fine. But these games just don't have enough market share to really be demanding a lot of money. Even Helldivers 2, yeah, it did really well, but the player base dropped off like 90% after like 2 months or something like that, right? So you have to have a lot of content lined up. You have to be ready to start support day one. You have to have a lot of cosmetics and other things to drop in new seasons to keep people interested in your gameplay loop. Most importantly, has to be really, really good. And let's be honest, with games like that, not only does a gameplay loop have to be really good, it has to be really watchable, because you need streamers to promote the games, and you need the streamers to want to play the games, and you need the game to be entertaining for people to want to watch the streamers play the games. Otherwise, the streamers won't play the games. So that's sort of a cyclical loop that people have, that everybody has. It's just the matter of gaming, at least for right now. Anyway, okay. So let's get going. So like I said, I watched a streamer. No, I didn't watch a streamer. I watched one video of a guy doing the boss on Nightmare, and he was basically using his BFG against the big guy, just like the whole time, which surprised me. He ignored pretty much every enemy in the way and just kept doing his loot and used the sword, because apparently all those sword charges refill. They're showing a video of people flying in the air and getting their heads blown up and throwing up on the marathon thing. And also, I don't know if the BFGs refill or not, but he was using them against the boss, which I thought was interesting. So what the heck, we'll give it a go. We will do what we do and finish it. Get her done. Get her done. If I can get my controller to link. You know, I've been having a lot of PC linking problems lately with controllers. I don't get it. Okay. I think I got it. Yep. Yep, we're good. Yeah, they almost tried the cyberpunk, but different. Oh, good. I don't even know what that means. Don't care. Okay, cancel. Alright. Alright. Final sin. Here we go. It's gonna be terrible. Or maybe I'm just refreshed and I'll just get it the first try and it'll be no problem. The sound problem's back. I'm so excited. Never thought I would miss that. Oh no. Oh no. Today is the day. It is the day. It is the dawn of the day. Well, I got closer that time already, right? I think that's the closest I've gotten. I just gotta keep moving. What platform? There's no platform. Or the boost? Yeah, there's a boost there. Just don't tell them. Oh no, you're supposed to put me on that. Get these. Get this. Get back to business. Jackass, I knew. I saw that. Somebody come and say hello. But I will take it. Oh, I love my son. Out. Owie, out. I'll take you. And then, no, that's not what I should do. Hey. Come here, come here, come here. No. No. Okay. Hey, can you stop? Thanks. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, look at that save. That's a good save. More ammo. You. Can you stop moving so I can shoot you? Thanks. Okay, so let's get you back out. Ooh, get me out of the corner. No, 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 no. Not good. Chain gun. what am I missing? What piece is still there? What part of him have I not gotten? Genuine question. The stomach? I don't get it. Both hands are uncovered. Heads are pulled out. Oh. Is it the hips?
Quickly, with its armor fully destroyed, the body is now exposed. Take the portal and finish this fight.
Okay, first phase. First phase. Now, shoot and destroy the 8 body parts. Shooting destroy body parts reveal. Yeah, okay. Kind of gross, right? It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. Okay. Can I have? Yeah, there we go. Oh, there you are. What the? But that's not. That ain't right. That ain't right. Give me this. Give me this. Where are you? That's a load of booing. And I don't even know where he is anymore. Where? It's like does he move? Is it just me? Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright. Peeking. Oh, there's a bee. This. Okay. I need you to feed Pinky. Oh no. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. What? What is that? What was that? Sorry, Pinky. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Sorry. I'm just kind of like losing track of him. And there are more dudes. Freaky Peaky. Okay. Pinky died. I'm not sure what that is. Hey, hi. Gimme. Oh, nope. Okay. Okay. Dude, can you just stop? Can you stand still, please? Stop walking around. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. Back to the machine gun. Okay. Get the punch. Get that. Get that. Some more ammo. Okay. Man. I'm close. I'm worried I'm gonna die before. So close to the second phase. I need this. And I need you to give me the things. Thank you. Take that. I hear Pinky. Second phase. Second phase. Okay. Wait. Is that it? I mean, he had another health bar, didn't he? Oh. Plaid Doom. Plaid Doom. Plaid Doom. Plaid Doom. Oh. 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 Ew. Is he dead? Is that it? Did I win? That's it? Whoa, that wasn't that hard. What's wrong with me? Oh my goodness. Guys, why couldn't I have finished that earlier? That was not bad at all. The Con Maker was 100 times harder than that one. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. Nah, I knew I would finish it. Just the when. Oh, that's nice they did that. Ha ha ha. Hey, guess what? It took me way less time to do that than it did for Bungie to show off their new game. Whew. Well. There you go. That's Doom Eternal. First for realsies solo game done. Is the skill issue no longer a skill issue? I never had a skill issue. I like when they put team photos up like this. I think that's fun. It's very poetic that I finished it today because 1 month from tomorrow is when we start streaming Doom the Dark Ages. You guys excited? I'm very excited for that game. Super excited! Yes, now I'm primed for Dark Ages. Yes. Yes. Thank you, BT Maverick, for the game. I very much appreciate it. Now I'm like, well, that didn't take long at all. Now what are we gonna do? Bram Stroker is Farku's troll account, one of many for WebDave. I'm not playing the DLC. I mean, not on stream. I feel like that's probably a mega rage quit Cabin Factory. Oh yeah, do I have that downloaded? Let me see what I've got downloaded. I mean, some games are small. It won't take very long to download them. I have... What do I have? I have No Rest for the Wicked. I have Pony Island, which Pony Island 2 very much... Like, I'm very much excited for that game. I started Pony Island once and I was like, What's going on here? I don't get it. I want to get it, but I don't get it. And then I didn't come back to it, and I totally should, because it's silly and ridiculous. I have No Rest for the Wicked, which I would really like to stream at some point. That's still in beta, but they just added a huge part of the map, and it was already a really big game. It's very good. You guys should definitely be looking for No Rest for the Wicked when it does come out, because that game is excellent. I have Lethal Company if DeMarco wants to pop in. Fark you, thank you. Yeah. I mean, you know. That's what I do. I have Enshrouded, which I've only played to like level 2, so basically I could just start over. Balatro, which I don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Those are just the things that I have downloaded right now. I could take a quick break and download Cinnabunny and play some Cinnabunny. I am not a little bit better into Eternal than you. You finished the other boss in like half the time. My Pony Island is clean and swept up. Bobby, are you talking about your domicile, or are you talking about your actual game? Let's see. Gosh, guys, I didn't expect. I have the first Borderlands, which I never have played. Cabin Factory, how long? It's only 3.4 gigs. I could maybe get that downloaded while I take a quick break. It's a scary game, right? BT? Somebody told me Bobby Hawk lives on Pony Island. Yes. Arcane. Oh, Marathon. I mean, it depends on the price, right? That's Stanley Parable for walls. Yeah, I do want to play Stanley Parable because DeMarco can't talk enough about that game, and if it's a funny game, that would be a good one to stream. Let me see how big that one is. 7 gigs. Let's see. Install. Yeah, maybe we'll play that. And I was planning on playing that, just because DeMarco talks so wonderfully about it. Fun fact, did you know the voice actor of Doomslayer and Cult of Death was the same guy? No, and when you gave me crap the other day about who was it that was the same voice actors? Oh, the guy from... I never watched that cartoon. The cartoon with the little yellow dude with the glasses. I have no idea. I am very, very happy that I completed this game so quickly too. You know what? Actually, about downloading Warzone in the off time, because Warzone's way too big to do that on the stream, and maybe just doing some plunder or some casuals or something like that. Yeah, Stanley Parable is already at 50% downloaded, so maybe we will play this game. And I do want to play Cabin Factory. That is on the list of things to stream, for sure. People like it when other people play scary games. It's a thing. What is... I don't know what that game is. Oh, wait. Can Stanley Parable... supports controller. Great. Buffering? Good question. Let me see. I had my stream window open. That's okay. Oh, yeah, Bobby's gonna stream Doom Eternal now after this, right? Let's see. Let's close Doom. Let's do this. Let's do this. My hair's drying. I have 2 scary games. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. I got a 10 out of 10 for combat. Actually, I could probably still. Okay. Game complete. Congratulations. You have beat Doom Eternal. You can now continue exploring the Fortress of Doom or acquire any items you missed through mission selection. You can also continue to test your skills by playing our battle mode or jumping into master levels. Thanks. Yes. Okay. All right, Stanley Parable is downloaded. Just that easy. It just works. Let's see. Oh, okay. Hold on. So here's the other goofy thing. Doom refused to open on the correct... Doom refused to open on the correct monitor. So I switched it, and now Stanley Parable only wants to open on the other monitor. So let me do a little switcheroo and get this thing set up. Guys, thank you. Thanks for being here for Doom Eternal. Eternal. That was fun. It was fun. I very much enjoyed it. Let me see. Let me do this. Change my game capture to this. And let's see. Okay. You guys got it? I look forward to your gameplay for Doom the Dark Ages. Yeah, thank you. I'm really interested in seeing how I play Doom the Dark Ages because of the sliders. Now I'm like, well, there's a bunch of different ways to do this. Bunch of different ways. Different. Oh yes, this is super important. If I've played it before, I imagine is it a little, DeMarco, is it just a little bit like Undertale? Just a little bit? In that's important to know. Okay, great. Let me close these 85 Bungie tabs where I was just trying to figure out how to... Okay, it's not at all. Okay. So much marathon stuff open. And for what? I don't know. I do not know. Okay. Almost there. Just know it's the Stanley Parable. That's what DeMarco keeps saying, is like how funny it is. But what I am going to do before we start this is I am going to take a little tinkle break. So much of humor I did not expect. Oh, good. I love it when you're surprised by a joke instead of it like slamming in your face. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom and I will burb, as in burb. Be right back. We ready to do this? Let's go. Okay. Let me see. No, I have not. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Looks good. Hi, Bobby. Thank you. The current time. What is the current time? 1:45. Oh, fancy like that, huh? Okay. Okay. All right. Confirm. Okay. Thank you. Don't mess up. Is it really that serious? Okay. Begin. Ever the end. What? That was too fast. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, shucks. Are you guys not getting audio? I don't think you're getting audio. And I screwed up and I hit the button. There we go. Alright. I accidentally missed the chunk. I missed the discussion. This is a story about Stanley. Let's see. Begin the game again. There we go. It's the time. It's super serious. Wait, I wanted the story thing again. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not getting the story. What's the story? What did I miss? 427. I hate Mondays. Check. A lovely painting. That's not 145. 427.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. He said, wait, this is a story about a man named Stanley. He sat in a room and pushed buttons he was told to on the monitor, kind of like Severance. But one day, the orders stopped coming in. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I was gonna pick left anyway.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passively, aggressively on other coworkers. I feel like this is a little... Yeah. Using slides to assure employees everything is okay. Slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevels on the text. Yep. Yep. This is corporate. What do people want? Things. Money. More money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Graphs about things and money. The stock market is somewhere here. colored in segment stripes requires more secondary research. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Nice. Bi-quarterly post review. Review! Review. It's a review. I just finished Doom, Umbra. I like MacGyvered that thing. First try. Boom. Done. It was amazing. It was a glorious moment. My lady testosterone was in full force. Okay. This is the Stanley Parable. We need more, no less, reviews. 402 and 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. I feel like that's a good strategy. There's something in the bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the idea. Firing of me. Ideas bin. Okay. Shift global market parrot. Monetize free to play. Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of the future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agendas. Reflect. This isn't Doom. Noise. I finished the boss in the first try. It was it. My boss run took less time than it did all those Bungie guys to talk about Marathon. I was efficient. This is called the Stanley Parable. This is a game that DeMarco absolutely just can't say enough about, and it's supposed to be super, super funny. So that's what we're trying. We're going to try this out. Meeting room. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Rip Franz. Okay. It's a whiteboard. All right, let's... Oh, by the way, I don't know if you saw this on the table. We have TPS reports, ladies and gentlemen. TPS reports. Were you practicing? No, I wasn't. It just, you know, sometimes you walk into a game and you're just, that's it. You're just simpatico. Okay. Oh, that guy was in the broom closet. Chris. Oh, you can open
Stanley
doors.
stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I love how this guy's telling me what I'm doing. Chris wasn't in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, look at the wallpaper up here. Clearly the boss's office. Is this the boss's toilet? Oh, I knew it! What if you didn't turn around? What are you talking about? What if I didn't turn around? Can I use the boss's toilet? It's totally fine, right? Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money! Crisp. I don't know why Crisp is there. Extreme bathrooms. Well, okay. Oh, they have a gun to a panda's head? What the heck? What is that? Graphs. Indoors monthly. Okay. Let's go see what this boss wants.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Okay.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Uh-huh. First of all. Uh-huh. Okay. Are we in a movie? Are we in the... What was that movie called with Jim Carrey? The one where they built the whole town in the bubble. I mean, we have to push the down button, right? What luck? Yes. Yes.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I feel like escape is the smarter option.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I cry bullshit.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
was a lie. That was a lie. See?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Wait, I want to take a picture of this.
When
It is
every
the Demarco
path you
game.
can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh. Okay. The pacing of the open section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. Okay. Nature paintings. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part the game was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout. Remains almost identical. Oh. Skip all of this? Well, how do I skip it? Did I accidentally beat the game already? I mean... No, it's supposed to be a funny game. Just keep walking through. Okay, so I won't read anything because apparently it's going to be funnier if I don't look at anything. Don't look, chat, avert your eyes. There was a heavy impending doom sound in there.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Uh-huh.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
Was I really supposed to hit escape? Okay. Good. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. This game is called the Stanley Parable. This is the Ultra Deluxe Edition. So it should have all of the bells and whistles. Or smashers.
All of his
and
co-workers were
killers.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
I'm
the
gonna
door
take
on
the
his
right
left.
one time. You know I will. DeMarco, you know I press all the buttons.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
You know, I have to
Coming
press
to a
and
staircase,
do all of the
Stanley
buttons.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hello.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so
That's
he
funny.
relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh boy. Wait, you're really gonna make me listen to this? Wait. Wait.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, narrator. We're in this together, huh? Yep. Okay. Where's door 430? Are you giving... You're not giving spoilers. You wouldn't do that. All right.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
That's
Control
the way we went
Facility.
last time. We'll do what the narrator says. Hello, Button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
That's
Stanley
cool.
thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Of course I do. I'm a man. Okay.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I only see one that's fired. Oh, two fired. Uh-huh. Oh, look at that error on that screen. Okay. I see 430. I'm just gonna see. Because DeMarco said 430. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's a broken TV up there. No, just the number is gooped out. Okay.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to
Matrix
accept
run.
it blindly?
Seems like it.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. You picked everything opposite the narrator told you to do. I mean, I feel like that's also something that I would do. Interesting. Okay. Does this door open? Nope. What if you didn't dismantle the controls once and for all? Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily... I don't necessarily feel like I have to do this. Stanley might be mad, but these other people might appreciate it.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Who cares?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Or...
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
What?
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Sold? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
I pressed button 4.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley.
Goodbye,
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending.
You're right, Bobby. That
Just
would
you
be a
being
good.
blown
That
to
would be a
pieces.
good beginning.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
Push the
happily
right
ever
button. There is no right button. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. This guy has too much power. All right. And we're back here. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Uh-huh.
When Stanley came to a
Guess
set
what?
of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Okay.
first,
I
just
did
to
a
admire
few
it.
times that time, but I will go back. Or I mean I will every time. I want to go out that door.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did he?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hey, found the loading dock. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This
I
is
don't
it,
care.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
It's trying to manipulate me. Bushido. I finished it. First try. Boom. Bing. Bing, bang, boom. I finished it. So now we're trying this game called the Stanley Parable, which is supposed to be really funny. And I don't want to go through that door. The narrator's going to screw me.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
I
To
don't
reach
trust
out
you.
to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Okay, fine. I guess I have no choice. For her! Jump, do it.
Stanley,
Oh,
is
yeah.
that you?
I should
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
damn
Creepy!
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
This
They'd want to
guy's
commit
such
their
a
life
troll.
to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
Ouch!
I'm trying to get
Ouch!
you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
It could be.
This is a very sad story about the
twisted.
death of a man named Stanley.
Oh, no.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him,
Why
and
is
every
it-
button
why
that he
is the
pushes
chair in the
is a
door?
reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Have I? Have I chosen this? I can't press any other button.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Good monkey. Press button.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At
He's
last,
chastising
choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Why did the
Down
background
one
change the
path lay an
file?
enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
A baby?
It was such a wonderful
get a
fantasy.
drink
And
while
so
he's
in his
talking.
head,
I
he
can hear it.
relived
I'll
it
be right back.
again. And then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Okay, go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm not doing it. Yeah, the narrator is really good. His voice is amazing. It's a perfect narrator voice. I'm gonna push the button, aren't I? There's literally no other way to advance the game. To listen to this man snark at me for longer.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Okay.
And I tried again.
Please
and Stanley
die.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Okay, this time we're gonna do everything he tells me to do.
All of his co-workers would go, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh, are you
almost
serious,
certainly
dude?
50 clicks.
I've been pushing this button for so long. I don't even know how many I'm at now. It has to be 50, right?
I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay. 417. You got it, Busta. 417. This guy. 417. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
He's fucking with me. This guy. Well, where's 437? Oh, here.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
There better be an achievement under this. 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I can't. How do I climb on the desk? I can't climb on it. I can't. How do you climb?
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
You got it, boss. 416 coming up. Oh, wrong way. 416. I can feel it. It's after this door, isn't it? Isn't it?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Stupid.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes!
Hey!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
I got it.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very
it.
proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks.
Oh my gosh.
Really now, what were you thinking?
5 more. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on. Moving on. I got the achievement. There couldn't possibly be another achievement for more clicks.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Everything the guy says, that's the run. That's the run.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons.
All right,
oh,
good.
hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Okay. 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 Everything he says.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
If you suddenly see a new door for the Ultra Deluxe content, I would not recommend it till it's fully explored. Okay. Does it tell you it's the ultra
The
deluxe
lights
content?
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
that it's a door
What
meant
horrible
for?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their
That is
true
very
nature
cool.
revealed.
This is a cool
Each
room.
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I'm 427. Where's 427? Oh, there it is. All right, let's look at my window. Oh, yep, there's my office. I'm not in it. Okay. Next button. Boop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Utterly blind to the world. Okay.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
Graphics that
would
feel
dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
He's like, I'm out.
But happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh. I got an achievement to beat the game. I completed the Stanley Parable.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Be my Valentine. How do I get into that hallway?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun.
That's cool.
And Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
Just a dream.
I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? and everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh!
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She turned and ran. So Stanley just died out on the street? What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, this. This is what you mean, DeMarco? Oh, wait a second. It says new content. That's the Ultra Deluxe that I should not go into just yet. Umbra, I think it's one of those games where it says it's over, but it's not. It's not actually over. Yeah, okay, so don't go in there yet. Save that. Okay. It's a goof. You're not.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
not
doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ooh,
Wow.
employee
Yes,
lounge.
this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he
Will do.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nope.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Yep.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay. I like how when you click
Oh,
on
no.
things,
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
it's a key sound.
No,
Ah!
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now,
But
let's
big red
see, we
button,
went down,
exactly right.
Left,
Button,
down,
Holly button.
left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh, okay. This story? Story? This is my life, dude. Oh, look, I'm here again.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
What? Dang it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
Why
What?
are the doors closed?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on.
No.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come,
yay.
Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. No, don't want to go that way. So many activities. Is this the room I started in? It is. Okay. I bet these all go nowhere, right? Because these are all just...
I'll say it.
Oh, wait.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can
Wait,
promise
what is
you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Inner guilt.
Well, I
Everyone
find it
knows
unlikely
what
that
you
we'll
did.
ever
They're
progress
just
by
holding back
starting
to
over
let
and
you
over
torture
again.
yourself.
But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh. What? Dude, that's rude.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
Oh, no.
Why don't we go back the other direction
Oh,
and
no.
see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Dude, this isn't...
Now this...
Okay.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
Hey,
you
Dave.
win!
Hey!
Congratulations!
Woo!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Oh, man.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I mean, I've put in a
Okay,
lot of work to get
I'm
here.
getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
So, Dave, oh, look at the adventure line. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, I loaded up, we watched the marathon gameplay revealer, very, very long stream, too long. And then I loaded up the final boss in Doom Eternal. Bing! One try. I probably should go into YouTube and actually change the name of the video, and I will after this. So I started a new game, which is the Stanley Parable, which my good friend DeMarco, who you've met, talks about this all the time and how great this game is. It's a wonderful game. So we're trying it out, and it's supposed to be a nice, good laugh adventure after Megadeth Doom. So that's what we're doing.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley
I love how
Parable
it's trademarked.
Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay. Well, normally we go that way. I mean, I kind of want to go the way the line goes, right?
You see,
Zigzags around the boxes.
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though,
Yes,
here's
sir.
a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we
This
implying
line
a
painter got
journey
real drunk
such
while
that
he
a
was doing this.
destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
We're in a
You
new
know
wing.
what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Okay. Monthly ledgers. Corporate balances. I don't trust him. Yeah. That's probably a good catch. I don't think this guy has our interest in
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
What? What fern?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make
I
sure
don't
you
believe
study
you.
it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Uh-huh. Okay. You're a liar. You're a liar. Narrator.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Yeah.
Line, you do know we're
back
looking for
here.
the Stanley parable, right? The story? Is
Yeah.
any of this ringing a bell?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. You had me go in there, and I came out of there. Okay. Well. Oh! We're back here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't
Hey,
take
Becca.
this anymore. To hell with it.
Welcome.
Restart.
Restart. Okay. So the line's bogus, right? It's the adventure line trademark.
You know what, Stanley?
All right.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
You literally
intelligent
put it
people,
in the
right?
story.
Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring,
This
mysterious.
is your story.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okie dokie.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story
This
to
is a circle.
be?
Why are
Go
we going in a
wild.
circle?
Use your imagination. Whatever it
You
might be,
need-
Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Uh-huh. I don't think you are. You keep stopping me from
Oh,
making progress.
no, not you again. Stanley,
You is
I'd also like to
trademarked.
veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No
Okay.
lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
The line guy was really drunk and quite acrobatic.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse
back through the
door's
door I
origin.
came in, isn't
So
it?
starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Oh, there was the circle I was supposed to walk. Nice. All right. The confusion ending.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Adventure line.
Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't
Which one
want
are
the
we
game
on?
to keep restarting.
We're
I
on
don't want
number
to forget
4.
what's going on.
We're on number 4.
I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
He's gonna do it.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
I don't know why you keep saying
whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Time to restart.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always
Clearly,
saying
we're
that
still in
life
the
is
journey.
about
You're
the
only at
journey
number
and
4.
not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I don't know. He's not a very good teammate.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah. Narrator, do you have dementia?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wait, let me check the broom closet again.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please.
Thank you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What if I do this again?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be
Is this gonna
fired
put me
for
in the
that.
dream loop again?
And in such a
Or is it gonna
competitive
give me something
economy,
new?
why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had
No,
vanished.
I'm in the...
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe,
I'm in the dream
he
loop
thought
again.
to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Okay.
Why
so
did
I'm in the
doors
same
close
loop,
automatically
right?
behind him
Should I
wherever
just
he went?
Start it again?
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they
This is a
simply
long
repeating?
loop.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
It is
He
the
wasn't
same
going
loop. I don't think you want to say begin the game again, right? Do you? Is that right? It's not going to restart the entire game, is it? Or is it just the loop? I know I went back there. I just thought, oh, maybe there'll be something different, or you can do something different. I wasn't sure. So can I pick this? This begin the game again? That's a soft reset. So I'm good to pick this. Yes? Yeah, this is the Stanley Parable. Okay. There we go. Excellent. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes.
The lounge was
Lovely,
sublime,
lovely lounge.
a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stan? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance
that
section,
way.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
That's the way I would have come anyway. Yes. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
they
decided to
boarded
go
up the
up
broom
to his
closet.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
That's funny.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about this. Go up. This is a long elevator ride. We're going up in the clouds. Is that the narrator? That's funny. I love how the audio is directional too. Okay, all right. I feel like I need maracas for this. Well, we live here now. narrator. Wow, but the wow, wow, wow. Is this to make sure that I never pick the elevator again? Yes, the ray trace door. The reflections. The ceiling panels. This elevator's working real hard to go nowhere. What? I didn't go anywhere. Oh. What? Let's go down. Oh, I was able to make a coffee and a dinner waiting for this coffee. Just get me down. 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. So good. Oh, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, look. they
Here's
don't
the
even
door.
pretend.
Just go.
Just go. Just go. Can I take this up? No. Only down. Okay. Yeah, I made it. Alright. Well,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I could try the escape again. They gonna read all of these things now? So.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, you think now's okay to go through the museum? Okay. Okay. Well, we're here now, so we're gonna do this all over again.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay, that's good to know, Bobby. I mean, I did do this before.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
There's maybe 2
was
or
this
3
the only
endings you
reason
don't
he
have
was
yet?
happy
Oh,
with his
that's it?
boring job? That
Okay.
his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I'm assuming that there's no actual way to hit
No.
buttons to stop
He
the
refused to
nuclear
believe it.
meltdown.
He couldn't accept it. His
That it's a
own
joke.
life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
But that's what I was thinking, is maybe there's a button.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a baby yet.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley.
All of the
I
control.
applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
I mean,
more
there's nothing
time
really
to talk
do,
about
right?
you, about me, where we're going,
This is
what all
just,
this means. I barely know where to start.
Endless loop.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Okay. Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Oh yeah. I
mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Okay. So I need to go back to the area with the warehouse. I just need to remember how to get there.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I think it was
what
a
could
right
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
and
he
a
had simply
straight.
missed a memo.
I think that was it. A right and a straight, and a right and a straight.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, what a
Standing
lovely
now in
lounge.
this incredible room,
Lovely,
Stanley for the
lovely
first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took
You
the
like my
first
British
open door
accent,
on his
Archie?
left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone
Okay.
thinks you are very powerful.
That's funny though. That's funny.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley did not take that door. He did not.
Stanley was so bad at following
Yeah.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired
Okay.
years ago.
So somewhere in here, I could. I don't know, Bobby. On the trucks? Oh, on the platform, maybe?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
'Cause it goes
I'm
over
not
and
your
then it goes
enemy,
up.
really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the
Hey,
fact
here we
is that the
go.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Oh no, I missed.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the
you can't
platform
jump.
and
There's no
plunged to
jump.
his death.
Yeah,
Good job,
yeah.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yes. I missed it. Whoops.
All of his co-workers
Fine.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Walk
decided to
through
go to
this
the meeting room.
hallway
Perhaps he
and
had simply
listen to all
missed a
this
memo.
Same text again. Narrator man.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay, DeMarco,
The
have a good
lounge was
day.
grand,
I will talk
majestic.
to you later.
Perhaps
Thanks for
too
coming
but
by.
eager to get back
and
to
thanks
business,
for recommending the
Stanley
game.
took the first
and
open door on
being
his
brotherly
left.
and sharing it.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. I will fall
Look,
off
Stanley, I
correctly
think
this
perhaps
time.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy,
think.
really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone
think.
else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
Oh, no!
you've been
No,
neglecting,
no, no,
but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control
Wiggle
of the
sticks.
story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform
dang
and
it.
plunged to his death. Good job,
I wasn't
Stanley.
trying to walk
Everyone
forward.
thinks you are very powerful.
Maybe there's an achievement for falling off that thing too many times.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Okay.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What?
Okay.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Danger.
I don't know
Danger
how to
everywhere.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
You are not on my side, sir. Okay. No buckets past this point. It's very important.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I mean, my name is Blue, so we're going with Blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Let's do it again. Oh,
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. So good. All right, narrator.
Oh,
Touche.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
Open the door.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, is that? He's gonna make me go through that door. Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Ooh,
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's pretty. Ooh. Ooh. He's so nice. This is peaceful. That's so pretty. Yeah, it does. It reminds me of screensavers. It does. It's so pretty. I don't want to leave in case I miss the next iteration, but I wonder if this just goes on and on. It makes me sleepy. Oh, maybe that is it. Oh, it's back to that thing. Okay. Wow. This is very pretty, narrator.
No, wait. Where are you going?
I watched the thing the whole time. Look. Oh, it's so pretty. It's beautiful. I wish I had a room like this in my house, but I do not. Okay.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I mean, there's no other way out.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
This will kill me, right? Oi. Okay.
No! Oh, thank God you lived.
Okay.
You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Oh.
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Why are you making me feel bad? Don't.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
This is so sad.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Second time. I'm like 8 times. Oh my goodness.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Ah. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Make you so sad.
This was not the correct way
There's
to the
nothing
meeting
else
room,
to do.
and Stanley knew
That's
it
the
perfectly
point.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
All right,
It was
Bobby, I don't
okay.
know where this baby thing is. So I'm here.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
There's just the button in there, and then it goes back to the regular room. Here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Oh
ago.
crap, I can't go back that way now. So I walked off on that platform and went that way. Where? What else do I do? Vent access for trained employees only. Climb at your own risk. Vent access. Here? Oh. Is it this thing? I don't know how to climb. I only know how to... Oh, maybe it's here? Getting up on that desk earlier was tough. I did not, RSJ fan. Let's see. How far art thou gettest over the ledge? Oh, there's the vent. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Well, that
Stanley
was a
had
very
now
difficult
gotten himself
thing
so
to
far off the
find.
beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten
Oh my gosh.
path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was
Time
all
to
just
wake
in
up.
Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
Lost cat. There is a reward.
Now I've become
Gene.
sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh, I made him mad.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Is there
What
more
could
in
it
there?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Maybe I
he had
go off
simply
the
missed a
side again
memo.
and go down to the floor? Maybe that's a thing I could do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Is
just
that
to
permanent,
admire
or
it.
is that just with the 90-day?
It was okay.
There isn't.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
lounge
first
has
open door on his
progressively
left.
gotten less and less exciting to the narrator. At first,
Stanley
it was
was so
like,
bad
it is
at
the
following
perfect
directions,
lounge. This
it's
lounge is
incredible he wasn't
amazing. This
5
lounge
years
is
ago.
beautiful. And then it was like, it's okay. Like, okay.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
What?
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very
So you
powerful.
can't go down there? I don't know what else to do. I feel like I've done...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Well...
When Stanley came to a set of 2
I don't
open
know that
doors,
there's anything
he
else
entered the door on his left.
left to
This
do
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
in
Stanley knew it perfectly
the
well.
warehouse?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, we're gonna go back to the warehouse. Maybe there
Stanley was so bad at following
something-
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
If I fall down there, I'm guessing this warehouse floor is just a fake. Like, you can't actually go down there. Vent access for trained employees only, which I did. That was good. The other thing it says is, do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. It will cause death. So if you just get on and fall right on, there's a certain direction you have to go where the blue and red door is. Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Look,
I'll
Stanley,
try.
I think perhaps
I
we've
will
gotten off on the
try
wrong
to
foot
get over
here.
that again.
I'm not your enemy, really.
I mean,
I'm
there's
not.
those doors up
I
there.
realize that
too.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah, he said all of that before. We're not buying it, Busta. Car, go. No buckets.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Let's see.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Yeah, this is the
The
same
problem is all these choices. The two of us always...
Okay.
All of his co-workers
We'll try
were gone.
one more going
what could it
all
mean?
the way across.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know where this baby thing is. Baby.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business,
His
Stanley took the
offices are
first open door on his left.
Ugly. Ugly.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Can I go another way instead of to the creepy doll? I don't think I can. Okay. Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be...
Okay. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
To the museum.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I will go to the museum. Well, this is new.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Here's the door, just go. How are we doing? Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single
did you watch
instant,
the marathon
Stanley was
thing?
obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So, the office layout. Path of Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered through development. Through the core layout remains almost identical. Yes, so you start here, you come out, you go this way. And then here's your 2 doors. Yes. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. It's nice that they... Ooh. That's cool. They're showing off like their design stuff. Office computers. An early version of the maintenance room. Money. Oh, I didn't see that. Welcome back, employee 427. I haven't seen that fun thing. Am I supposed to see those, I wonder? The lounge, an original version. The cargo lift. Okay. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 50 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Huh. Okay. Zending. Cut and merged with another part of the game. This is really cool that they did that. It's like a museum of the actual gameplay. Okay. Came from there. Okay. Maintenance layout. The flow of the hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will repay them so many times. We discovered a number of designs, but ultimately the simplest version that won out. Oh, I got the okay, we got the confusion ending. We got the vent. Yep. Okay. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. Features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Okay. Monitor room elevator. Countdown room. Early version. One of the deaths from the early version. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. This is the first incarnation of the freedom ending in the alpha. Okay. Boss's office. Office desk. Office clock. We did those. Did we see everything? Maybe not. I mean, in here. Endings. Game design mock-up. What's this over here? From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. Okay. Oh, and then we saw this. Okay. Well, I think that's everything. So, did I finish? Did I finish it?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Bobby, is that it then? Did I basically, like, finish the game? I'm gonna go into that new content area, because that's DLC, but...
All of his co-workers were gone.
Curious.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
It's like a little Disney ride.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
No, I didn't
The
see it
Stanley
for you,
Parable
baby.
Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and
You're good.
expands the world
Totally
of the
fine
Stanley
except for
Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Alright, what do we got?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Uh-huh.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. Well, this is a thing. Yay, we're jumping! We're jumping! One more. What? That's it? I don't get anything for that? Can't even jump anymore. Alright, well, they got me. New content sucks.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jump.
You can only jump in the circle.
Is this
you can't
what
jump out of
passes
the
for
circle.
exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours
And after
of new
I ran
content right
out
there.
of jumps.
Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I didn't really get a choice, did I? That's what it should look like.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show... Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Nope. Did he call me a dork?
When Stanley came to a set of two
crap.
open doors, he
And back
entered
to
the
the other
door on
stuff.
his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Maybe
Stanley
I'll
knew
find
it
the
perfectly
burning
well.
baby this time.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But
It was
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I think I went
Stanley
through,
was
like,
so bad at
everything
following
here.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I don't know what else to... I don't know where the baby ending is. I mean, I could go in the vent again, but I don't really think there was anything else in the vent to do. Dooby-dooby-doo. Dooby-dooby-doo. Alright, well, maybe I'll just restart and go through the vent at the beginning.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Let's see it.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable. Uh-huh. What are these? Oh, wow. Physical edition. The Audience Award, very nice. I just taped it over. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, pictures. Love it. Hey, there's a dude in that picture. That must be Stanley. What else we got? Wow. Old school Steam. Smiled because it happened. There's a disc, physical, first dollar, a demo. Nice. Very nice. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. I think that is an actual, isn't that an actual achievement? I think it is. Very nice. Debut game, story. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Nice. It's quite lovely. Oh, there's that ending. Yep. Stanley was a hamster. Oh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Is Minecraft on the wall?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Bicycle. Repeatable carpet textures. the serious room. How do I get in there? Let me in there. I don't know how to get in there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, my
Surely
gosh.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I don't know. Oh my gosh, they really called out
Honestly,
ones
I could
from
not be
people.
bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious
that's
work of
so
art.
good.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That's so good. Let's go down here.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Okay, where now? This way.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treat.
I'm trolling all these people.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later,
I wonder
no
if
matter
you
how
didn't
much
touch
I
it, you
plead
just
with
put
you,
your controller
you're
down
going
and
to
walked
press
away.
the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking
How
and
much
thinking,
he
and
would keep
I don't know what I
talking.
can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my! Oh Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness! I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week or 2 weeks. I've been.
Oh no.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've
There's
had
still no
so
door?
much time. I
There's
stopped
still
keeping
no door?
track after a year. Have you ever sat down
A
in
year?
one place and not moved for one entire year?
He's gone. He's just effed right off. He's not here. There's no door. We're trapped in this room. It's for all those rude people who said they wanted a skip button. Oh, the clock fell off. Smoke alarm.
But they didn't understand
good
the
idea.
game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little...
Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. There's no door yet. The tree is dead. Look at the tree.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Oh my
end,
gosh.
is never the end.
Oh, he's gone mad. We're trapped in this room. Forever. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, there's some progress. Guess the world is ending. Oh, nuclear winter, it's come. The button is... Oh, look, we got it out, finally. Yep. The world has ended. Oh, there's no narrator. music's pretty. We're gonna die out here, right? Oh! And we're back.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I feel like that's new content. Okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Uh-huh.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
I don't know.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why
I don't know
I'm
how to
very
find
proud
the
to announce
baby
for the
room,
first
Bobby.
time ever,
I feel like
the
I went
Stanley
everywhere.
Parable
There's probably
2.
There's probably something somewhere that I just forgot or missed, but I don't know which path
Yes,
to
you
take.
see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new
Fancy.
territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
Tasty
This
sequel.
is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
More
But the
TSP,
Stanley
better
Parable
TSP.
2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
The
future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all
Sequels are
work
good.
itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Cheeky.
Here we are.
The
Go on,
reassurance
try out some
bucket.
of the new features.
Merch. The t-shirt is the best new feature. Okay. Office decorations, the reassurance bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And
Road
of course,
to the perfect
first
button.
and most obvious
Too big,
answer is that
too
they
small,
want to be
just right.
individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I found it. It is back in the room where you have to make the decision for the red dude.
Sorry,
Jim!
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say
Okay.
your name,
I'll go
whatever
back
name
there.
that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh, really? It took... Oh, that's really cool, FarQ. That's really good.
Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Uh-huh. Okay. Jim. My name is Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Infinite hole. It won't end. Collectibles. I guess that's Stanley. Free, new, and easy achievement. Well, I gotta go get the free achievement. They're gonna say no, it's not actually, right? Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
What? So, hold on. Bobby, I played the demo of that game. I thought it was interesting. I like the art style for it. But I heard it's pretty hard. Yeah. Alright, well, they lied to me, which I knew they were.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collect them all. Ooh, pretty.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Got it. Alright. Great. Alright. Well, let me out. I don't get it. Oh. Guess I have to actually go get this one. Come here, Stanley. Look at all the figurines. Great. Super. So So are there 6
God, it
in
really
the,
is
in
the
this
worst
game?
when you collect
Really?
everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Alright, screw the jump circle. This map. Free achievement's a lie. The button that says your name. Merch. Settings, world champion. The bucket. We haven't seen the bucket yet. Office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Okay. I've seen a lot of this. Stupid jump circle. Not doing the jump circle again. Okay. Infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Okay. Okay. Infinite hole. Check. Very good. It's very innovative. Never seen anything like it. Infinite hole. Amazing. What's in here? No screenshots?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Yeah, good luck with that. Oh my gosh, they're in all the pictures now, too.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. The bucket. We gotta go see the bucket. You gotta see the bucket. How do I get to the bucket? That's new. Red is the new orange. The button that says gym. Here's the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay, I must. Will the bucket leave my hand when I leave? Oh no, I have the bucket now for forever.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't.
Oh my
already.
gosh. Where were those steps? Oh, they're over here. Oh great, now I have this dang bucket the whole time. Flippin' stupid. Oh, that was the epilogue thing. That's right. Okay. I think that's it. How do I get out of here? Exit. There it is. Just me and my bucket. Trying to leave. This way. No jump circle.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I mean, I have the bucket. That's the real win. So, of course.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Let's see it. Oh, look at that carpet.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Is it the exact... Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to press that. It's the exact same game with the stupid balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is there a hole around somewhere? There's the bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Freaking bucket. I mean, we have to have the bucket now, right?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. how insightful the bucket turned out to be.
The bucket.
No,
I'm glad
never
I picked
mind.
up the bucket.
The bucket was wrong.
Okay, Bobby, I'm going
Stanley
to try to
took
go
the
to
door
that
on his
room.
left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay, Bobby, here's the room with the red and the blue door.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I forgot about that sign saying I couldn't bring the bucket. Oh my gosh.
Now then,
oh my God.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Okay.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Should I say they're not buckets?
Correct.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my gosh.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
They're all gonna be yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
What? Oh.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
You can use a tractor as a bucket.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
There
What
you
happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Because everything is a bucket.
Everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Nope. I want to go in that hall. I want to go in
When
that
Stanley
hall.
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
See if I can get the baby
Perhaps he
thing.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
There's the blue and
Give
the
me a
red
chance.
door.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stan, you found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
That must
Remember,
mean there's-
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You
Lovely.
can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay, I'm going in the blue door.
Aha, perhaps
See,
you
he won't let me
misunderstood.
go in the blue door.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Oh, there is a blue
walked.
door back
All right,
here.
fine. Go
Okay.
ahead, Stanley. You want to know
All
so badly
right.
what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I
Come on,
did.
narrator.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This
Let's
already
do it.
feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
Fred,
Clearly there's something here that
I
speaks to you. If I
streamed
can
the
be honest here,
marathon.
I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole
I
third
streamed the
door thing was
marathon
just a stab
reveal,
in the dark.
and then,
But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this,
This is
party
what it's
train
like for
rolling.
Doom
Here,
working it
based
out.
on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so oh look at that. Fancy. So and then I loaded up Doom and I beat Big Man first try. Easy peasy. So we are playing the Stanley Parable and I'm almost done. I think I've done like pretty much every ending. This was one that DeMarco was like obsessed. He's like, you gotta play this, you gotta play this, and you gotta play this. So that's what we're doing. And I'm almost done with it. It's really fun.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Except that the
I think
visuals
the
on the world
will
were
really
so
take
gray and
notice.
foggy.
But of course,
It's
the
hard to see
message
what
of the
was
game
happening.
only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, that button's really annoying. I imagine this is what it's like to have a baby in the house. All day. Every day. There's a soundtrack in there somewhere. Bye, baby. Go on, get.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
You're welcome.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, it's a new setting.
Fascinating. What do you think this game
I
is
like
about,
it here.
Stanley?
Looks like
What's our
Firewatch.
backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. It looks like a lookout tower to me. Yep, sounds like a lookout tower. Hey, there's a poop house. It's pretty. Okay, you want me to go down the steps? You got it. Yeah, doesn't it look like Firewatch? Yep.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
This is very
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Who hasn't seen The Rock?
I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this
Looks
is
like Rocket
exactly
League.
what I had.
Oh,
in
it is
mind.
Rocket League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
I know
there
my
isn't any possibility
games.
that you could get lost here. Now
I know my
this is
games.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
What?
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I already walked all the way over here to the goal.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
This has really gone like really far down the rabbit hole. Oh, we're on the 5th floor. Okay. Oh, now we're in 4. There's my office. Oh, this is... Uh-huh. Okay.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Red would have really liked the part with the skip button. That would have been the part that he liked. Alright. Well...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee today in the meeting room. Nice. Any figurines around here? We'll take the bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. Good lord, they really want me to find all these. Okay. Alright. One's in a toilet. Oh, that's upstairs. Help! I'm a post-it. Artist rendering. Okay. Now there is an ending if you sit there and watch the timer. We basically have better odds doing that one offline. What timer? Oh, was that in that room that I was in? Mission status. Oh, look at that. They're crossing them off for you. Stairs, something to do with stairs nearby a fireplace. So those are all upstairs. Okay. You undid.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There's the bathroom.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs?
Mini-stands.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. Oh, wait. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Okay. I think there was a fireplace in his office, right? Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
There it is.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. I can't leave, can I? I'm locked into this path. Alright. Alright. Me and my bucket. Me and my bucket. My bucket. My bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
2 more Stanleys.
The door behind them was not shut.
Stanlerines.
Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
It does not look like there's
At this
a
point,
Stanlerine.
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
For each of them. I doubt there's one in the museum. Let's go in the other room. Push the button on the thing. Right? I don't think I've ever played Rocket League, actually. Noise. That was probably the most time I've ever spent on a Rocket League field.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
Is there any
walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Nope.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
This is new.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. All of his co-workers were gone. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Wonder if there's one in the... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Will you look at it? Just look at it. That's new. Because this is right here.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anurines. None of us can.
Anurines. Okay. So, I just need to know where the last one is. And I am donezo. Oh. I might have to just restart, right? Just restart. Okay. Grab
All of his
your
co-workers
bucket.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Oh, there's another
With the
person.
bucket in his arms
I've yet
again,
to see
he was
another
home.
person. That's interesting. Okay, where's the other?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I need that last one. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Okay. Is there a picture of what steps? Not really. Okay.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I hear it. I hear it. There you are.
And
Hi,
there
fella.
it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
That's it. That is it. I don't know how to actually end the quote-unquote sequel. But I think I've done everything. I think I've done everything. That's it. Well, that was the Stanley Parable, and if DeMarco watches this later, which I think he said he was going to, and I did miss something, I'm so sure that he will tell me. I mean, besides the stuff where, like, you have to sit for a couple hours, and then this game also has an achievement for not playing it for 5 years and then launching it 5 years later, which is kind of amazing. But that was fun. That was a good little game to have right after Doom, because it was light, it was fun, it was short, and that's it. So I think I'm gonna try to see if I can find somebody to maybe co-stream tomorrow, or just come and play a game tomorrow. We will see. Other than that, thanks, guys. First try on the Doom Lay Final Sin, whatever it was called. this morning. That was great. That was easy. Don't know why I didn't do that the first time, but that's it. It was good. It was good. I'm really, really glad that I played Doom Eternal. I'm really glad that I didn't change the difficulty, because it was really just 2 areas that got me. But hey, you know, sometimes it's good to struggle through a little bit. Anyway, it's been real. Thoughts on Marathon? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I want to see if it's free or if there is a cost to it. I am a little concerned about the maps looking so hazy and kind of all the colors looking the same. It was really hard through the stream to see the players from the test event when they were shooting at other players. You can't see what they were shooting at, so that might just be a capture thing. If it's free, I think that it has a decent chance of success. If it's not, who knows? We'll see. Like I said before, typically games that, especially extraction shooters, if it's only multiplayer, it really should be free. If you have a campaign associated with it, that's a different thing. But we'll see. It is cross-play, cross-platform, cross everything, crisscross applesauce. So hopefully for Bungie it does well, because Bungie is probably, kind of needing this to do well for the longevity of the studio. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. It has been lovely chat. If any of you are interested in playing some Warzone, I'm trying to get that skin out of the safes. So I'd like to go in and start popping safes. Let me know. I wanna maybe try to get that done tonight if I can. So anyway, thanks guys, and I will more than likely see you tomorrow. And I will of course put up a tweet, put up the thumbnail, put up the notification blue on here. If I got new subs, which I think I did, and you are seeing this, thank you so much. And otherwise, guys, have a great night. And let me get my mouse back, because I lose my mouse. There it is. Oh, not in this game. But anyway, otherwise, guys, I of course thank you, and